Welcome to the Hamdad Show. It's a one-man show for the time being. Imagine if I could hire anyone. I don't even know what I would do. Let's see what I got on the menu for tonight. Just a couple of indie horror spoops, and then I guess some stuff from my Steam library. It's kind of a slow summer so far for indie horror. Is it summer? It feels like summer. It's 90 fucking degrees outside. This is the third day in a row. There we go. If I switch the video input, you can even see what I'm playing. Which is, I don't know. Honestly. It looks interesting. I promise nothing, though. Any minute now. Here we go. I believe in you, little computer that could. Chugga 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 chugga. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, that's what happens if I push that. Okay. Nope, that completely quits out of it. Why is it small now? Oh, there we go. That's what she said. Oh, okay, I can immediately move. And then not move. There we go. It's not running great. I did say I promised you nothing. Sometimes you get less than that, though. What is this resolution, too? Beginning. Well, how do I describe this? It's not at the full monitor resolution either, is it? This is very strange. Something fucky is happening here. And desktop audio is off like I thought it was. So now it's on again. Audio's all crackly. Which usually means it's struggling to perform at the CPU level and frozen. I've got a viewer who's trying to solve the issue of constant hitching. He has pledged to send me... What's happening? Pledged to send me a CPU. And a motherboard. And I have a case to put it in already. You see? See? It's very pretty. It feels like a scene demo. This is a very strange atmosphere too. Gently a presence engulfs you. You feel here in this place something ancient always was and always will be. Even long after everything disappears, you'll still be here. Come see. Whispering between the wind and trees. And see you with your precious burden that you're piercing, hurt, running for which you're not sure anymore if you are it or if it is you. Muddled lines through which you must breathe. How you carried that so far. You carried that so far. Well, now that escalated quickly. You must be free. You see, to be free, you must be willing to destroy yourself. Everything you are a ruin to absolution, made and unmade. You all dream better, you can make yourself again. She whispered in strange riddles. Come to me. Interesting. If I turn on a regular controller, can I strafe? Yes, I can. Now, it's designed for regular gamepad. Boo. Earns, boo earns is what I was saying, actually. Yeah, every time is fan time, Short Talk. It's 90 degrees. I don't know what the fuck this engine is doing, by the way. I don't know why it's got picture-in-picture. Some manner of fuckery is afoot. You see between those shrouded reflections, death is a moment of timelessness that finally consumes you. With dreams, they'll give you peace if you look and you found this forgotten place. So come and see. I'll be your door to that dream. Moment finally lost, colors drifting off as you leave what's left of yourself here. The pain of dream. Now we're in American McGee's Alice, I guess. It's a shame. This is so creative, and it would be so much more enjoyable if the engine wasn't weird. Is it loading something? Strangest of ways, the darkness feels safe. I'm familiar with pain, how it gnaws his teeth as it reaches for me with cold prickly fingers. Will I ever be free? You want to be free? Lost in the strangest of dreams, there are voices in the bushes, there are whispers in these trees. I can no longer free myself from it. I can no longer run from my demons here. Good? Bad? Oh, there's a Zordon. Always when you least expect it, there's a fucking Zordon. Look at this processor. It's trying. What about heaven? Have you tried reaching out for help? If you ever needed for anything, we're here for you, they once said. Heaven is empty. Oh, and now it's a 3D game. I was promised a place somewhere that was safe. Or away from it all. Heaven is empty. Its wide doors were shut a long time ago. The spider is all that's left. Spider is all that's left. Your bird makes us look bad. And God cashed out, you belong to the wretched dead. No home, no hope, no help or rescue. No refuge down these empty corridors. My last saving grace, and now I'm alone in this mess. Cool mode 7. Only a spider that weaves her web. Come closer, said the spider. Kinda edgy. I'm getting an edgy feel from this. Also, what's up, Zulu? Come closer, the spider said. Ashes clouded the sky. Where am I, it's really beautiful, but also, runs very strangely. I don't know if my computer's the problem. Somebody help me. I need help, please. I need help. I hear you. I don't see you. I'm hungry. I've tried everything. That's a gross... What is that? This is really jumbled and incoherent. Is it over? I'm giving it 10 seconds. Nope, it's not over. You're alone. Help won't come for you. Your demon is waiting. I hate myself for what happened to me. I feel less alone because I convinced myself I deserved it. I can almost live with it. The weight of it all won't go away. Here I am trapped. Can't escape it. My identity. My marginalization and my status symbol. In some ways become a demon. So it wants me to carry it, beware of it, make it my identity, advocate for it. Is this about some kind of critical theory stuff? Let's hate the feeds that there's no end, I cannot leave it, it consumes me, I know my demon well. There has to be hope, but being trapped in this doesn't feel right. I have to keep going up to something. And it froze. There we go. How dare you think you're better than the rest of us? You deserve healing, you deserve freedom. We won't let you heal if you're free. I can't read that. You're ugly too, look at me. Good graphics, good design, confusing narrative. I won't let you leave. Oh, it's the Spooperman! Yay, finally! What do you think you're going to accomplish with all this? Oh, you used an apostrophe incorrectly. Immersion broken. Say to be free from us. so selfish, you know that, right? Look what you're doing to us by wanting things to change for yourself. How can you do that to us? How could you betray your demons? You're better than the rest of us that are stuck here. We gave you that right to find peace. For your sake, you'll see. You're on the lonely road to being unmade. You'll destroy yourself. You're even more horrible and disfigured than the rest of us. At least we're grateful for the little that we do have. How great and ugly you already become. Huh. It'll never happen. In your case. Weird writing. Incorrect apostrophe usage again. Apparently these are retarded demons. They're not like regular smart demons. Then again, I've talked about this in the past. So the people who make games typically aren't also writers. I like the little Windows sections. Broken Heart Seniors. Yours. That's not where the apostrophe goes. It's the one that's liking. Priest announces, behold a broken heart, you avert your gaze. Stand before the monster with 1,000 eyes, towering across the consumer of hope. Desolate is the nameless void that made it. You're looking at. I can't. Wow, that's ear rape. That's a really awesome audio design. You're saying a lot, but you're not saying a lot. There's a lot of words, and it's really hard to tell what you're getting at. Face it now. Some opinions be clear. British needs to know. Strand trails not enough. Enough will. Because they can't heal. Who knows for? Wow, is this the rest of the game? So I'm not doing Darkwood anymore. I don't know how to advance. Demon Turf won't load, so we're moving on to other games. And I'm trying to decide which one. Excuse me? Can I stream this? Free jump now, no one wants you here. I was gonna anyway. You're not the boss of me. I did not know what I was getting into when I started playing this. I never do. I always jump in blind. That's part of the pleasure of it. That's really pretty, though. I want to say this doesn't really make as much sense as a game. Is that a fucking Godzilla cock in the distance? With the spines on the side of it? That really looks like that's what that is. You think a Godzilla cock would jizz, you know that atomic breath? Like the mouth beam? I'm gonna abort that whole line of conversation. This would make a much better VR chat world. Like, look at how pretty the chain is. It's still amazing to me that any still image from this game, or any modern game, really, could pass for a very well done pre-rendered image from like the mid-90s. Any old game now looks like pre-rendered graphics. Really your pain. It's gonna run off. You didn't really happen. I'm so sorry. Really happened. Oh, this is about a person reporting their sexual assault, I think, to the media. And all the different reactions they get, I think, if I had to speculate about the meaning. I love this aesthetic, though. That really does look like it could be a pre-rendered wallpaper. We've come so far in one sense. Like, visuals now look like we always imagined they could look. But are games more sophisticated? 50-50. We have more sophisticated game loops now. This is getting really uncomfortable. Sorry this has happened to you, but it doesn't entitle you to go out and do this. Someone so marginalized, we can't afford to help you. Stop wrecking the boat, you're making too much noise. Seeking your own peace is really abusive of you. You're hurting the rest of us by putting us in this position of choosing sides. Please be quiet about it. Stop making a noise. If I had to choose, I would choose your silence. Huh. Try to send a ERR VHF email over. No, there's an icon in the way of email. Didn't work, but it was able to receive packets from the digit. Well, keep grinding away at it. Every problem is solvable. This is really pretty. I like this. PC should have live wallpapers, like Android does. Oh, freedom is at the end of your chains. How, on the nose. Reading writing on the wall. She looks at you from the corner of her eye. Your boy doesn't consume your spirit yet. Just the outer parts. She's went out of blue. Like she could barely remember. Came here to disappear. I couldn't make it any more strange than to say you don't understand how. Anyone could disappear in this place. Crying eyes everywhere. Please say no. Pain and anxiety was over as you realize that's what it's you. You know the feeling. This was a hopeless void. Easily forgotten if it wasn't for the sea of eyes. It's like he wants, hopefully it could be heard. I tried so hard. This is just words, words, words. This is like a fucking leftist meme, the video game. I much to help you, but I'll just give you what I have left. Take my eye. Helped you. Whatever strength was left. And we were pulled together. Pulled out her eye. Endless her. Lost away. Lost one. Palm of her cow's hand. Accepted it and tried to see through. The monster, evil, no arrogant demon, deserved for us to keep the secrets Christmas for them to carry. Not now, it flies all sides. You acquired her eye. Cool. I get. Eyeball get. I hate this game. I'm sorry, but it keeps taking control away from me and filling the screen with artifacting and static and shit. It has really beautiful imagery, but really does not respect the player. You'll never be free. It also is really ham-fisted. It says a lot, but that you're supposed to say through symbology? Symbolism? One of the two. I want to like it. It has a lot of merits, and it's a lot of good qualities. Demo? That was a demo? There's going to be more of that? There doesn't need to be. It's, probably install this. This is the one I talked about that was made by the dev that basically just it's like you're a therapist and he's talking to you about his problems, his life. I could totally run SSTV through and send images into the ether. That's cool. Do you think anyone would be able to receive them and understand what it is? I don't think I ever recorded this. I think I streamed it. I don't think I recorded it. This is like nerdy white boy Yumaniki. It's basically just a game dev who sounds like a soy jack, but you kind of get to know him and start to empathize just because of how much he overshares about his life and his personal development. That's cool. I should use that in the story. Like a mysterious SSTV transmission. Fingers crossed this works with Steam controller. Oh wow, it's still got the old resolution. I really must have played this a long time ago. I kind of want to make a game like this. I just don't know if I have the guts to do it. There's a lot of stuff I don't want to share with people. I don't really feel like it's constructive to scream into the void and see who calls back. I feel like it's more appropriate to take a targeted approach to sharing yourself with others. Imagine like receiving SSTV transmissions of like a cult leader's lessons, and you Google it, and there's no hits for what he's talking about, and nobody knows where the signal's coming from. It's like a Marshall Applewhite style dude with the crazy eyes and a white robe. Legible. Okay, it supports Steam controller completely. I can't be too mad. Cool audio. Listen to that crunchy, crackly audio. This has the same vibe as the Interface series. Got some sharp textures though.
What do you think of my handwriting? Your handwriting is actually pretty good.
Just chicken scratch. Well, that's hard to listen to. Backstage at the Joe. Can't move. It's loading something. There we go. Now it's loaded. What was that? That's just a pair of legs. Finally, the perfect girlfriend. Oh, I got past it before it. I wasn't supposed to do that. Oh, I see. Am I stuck now? Oh, I can jump. Okay. That's gonna be the ultimate final form of women, is just a pair of long muscular legs with a record player that can play any album. Oh, there's a dude. And now I can't control the game anymore. Wait, something's happening. I really don't like that. Any situation where control is taken away from the player. Oh, there's a shadow. There's a shadow figure. Oh. You're supposed to try the doors. No one told me that. I've lost control of the... Nope, there we go. Relax in North Berwick. This is a lot like dreams I've had, beach dreams, where there's just repeating details infinitely. Infinite repeating whatever that is. You see what I mean about VRChat vibes? Oh, lovely. Oh shit, are we in... Where is this? Is this in Britain? This could be a nightmare. Oi, mate, you got a license for that beach chair? So yeah, Short Talk potentially has the hookup for a new CPU, a 3800 Ryzen, which, according to the benchmarks website I saw, it has 80% more performance than my i5. Which is pretty good. It's a worthy upgrade. Uh-oh. Cool, I'm gonna take the headphones off. This is really hurting my ears. This is another thing with not respecting the player and forgetting that a human being is gonna be the one playing your game. Seems like if you wanted to receive data via ham radio, you would need software to receive it, because you might miss it. You wouldn't automatically know or be able to guess what format you're receiving it in. But software would be able to easily identify what exactly it is receiving and then switch over to the correct mode to interpret that in a way that's legible to humans. I assume that's how that works. As someone who has very little knowledge of ham radio. Can't say as I've ever had a dream like this. I don't have that many fully abstract dreams. Which I guess surprises me. I'm pretty good at reasoning my way to solutions that already exist. All the things that I have ideas for have already been invented, typically. I don't have knowledge of a lot of this stuff, but I do have reasoning skills. So I can at least, I think, hold my own in having a meaningful conversation about it. When the fuck are we gonna get another Steam console? All the planets and stars are right. It seems like the most obvious thing in the world. Now that we have Steam Deck, we have a unified controls scheme that lets us have the touchpads, but also have two thumbsticks. Surely the time is right. Maybe their solution is not to try to make the console, but just to sell the controller and the operating system and let anyone turn their PC into a Steam box. That might be the smart way to do it, because a lot of people already do that with Arduino and Raspberry Pi. Look at all the people who are willing to buy Raspberry Pi just to emulate on it, even though you can emulate on your phone. Make your own console kit. Tough problem. Oh, here we go. No, wait, and it froze. 3. Oh, it's probably loading another area. Yep, it is. Okay. I've got a oh, I'm on the ISS. I want to see like a space engineers or a space survival builder that's based on real hardware and realistic near-term capabilities and infrastructure, like using the Starship and using inflatable modules and using those giant, large diameter modules from StarMax and Airbus Loop. That'd be cool. Like imagine Elite Dangerous, but with realistic near-term space infrastructure. You can play a little fast and loose with it. You can have like a For All Mankind future where we've already colonized the solar system. I just want realistic hardware. I want stuff that we might actually see fly pretty soon. Like imagine a simulator game where you can go and inhabit the base camp habitat, or float around and do tasks in a future. Imagine the ISS but made entirely out of StarMax modules. This is pretty cool. I remember this mechanic, and no, I don't know what I'm doing now. Here we go. This lets you see the unseen. That's a helpful little tip there. Which I would also love to stream, but I'm having trouble getting it to work. I don't know what the issue is. I made sure there's room on all my drives. So I need money, by the way. I've got some schemes I'm cooking up. Scheme number 1 is to upload all my writing to Royal Road and Web Novel, which have begun to financially compensate authors. I hesitate because those are Chinese websites, and they're just going to steal my work and probably sell it on their ebook market. The thing is, that's already what FiberRead did to me in 2018. I need to be more proactive about money-making opportunities. Oh, happy birthday, Hydra. Everybody wish Hail Hydra a happy birthday. You know what they say about turning 35. It's all downhill from here. Oh, they fucking kill you. It's an insta-kill. Hap Burf. Hap Burf. B-U-R-F. Look at that. What is that? Sometimes you just gotta look at the thing and be like, and laugh, because what the fuck is that thing, right? You know? In life? Well, take heart, Hail Hydra. We might be living through the singularity. In which case, probably life extension will be solved very quickly. What gets me down is that if that happens, I'm okay with dying or not dying, honestly. Not because I'm depressed anymore, I don't think, but because I can see the merits of either approach. There's a lot of suffering in life, even if things go well for you. So, an eternity of peace and the cessation of conscious experience sounds good sometimes. There's no rent. There's no utility bills. There's no work. You don't have to buy food. There's no other humans. When you think about it that way, death is not really scary. But at the same time, I'm curious. I want to see what happens in the world. So there's arguments to live, too. Earth is like the greatest show on Earth. Did he died? Oh, this is the stressful part. It's like an escape room. Should be left alone with man. Dots drown them out, please.
They deserve passion. They need it. Give it your time.
Let me out.
At the picture. Look, damn it.
Let me out. That does sound like a better life, being a monkey at the zoo. Return to monkey. 33 seconds left. Well, we're gonna die. Goodbye, everybody. Wish I could say it was worthwhile. And it starts over. I forget what to do. I remember dying a lot the first time I did this and not knowing what to do. And I don't remember what I did to solve it. Every ape is a monkey, okay? Monkey is a different term. It's not monkey. It's monkey with an E. Okay? That's different. It's a spiritual category. To do. I can duck, okay. I can't read that. Well, time's up. We may have to quit this. I don't remember how to get past this part. I know the tile. But you can't just get out of here.
they deserve passion. They need it. Look at it. Give it the time. Look at the picture. Look, damn it.
I'm looking at the picture. I don't know what to do. Hang on. Watching a walkthrough. They can't figure it out either. How did they wait? How did they do that? Can I get through the painting? He got out somehow, but I can't tell how I did it. I can't tell what he does there. It's really dark. Yeah, no. Oh, I can skip it. Okay, thank goodness. There's a mechanism. Sorry about that. I remember this one. Time works fucky. Well, this is giving me a seizure. I really hate this. Wow, this is incredibly frustrating. Let's skip this one too. Don't make annoying levels and give me the ability to skip them. Yes, Jan Shoe Church.
Do I want myself to fail? Do I want to self-sabotage?
It's crawling on me. Oh, what end? Subnettist. We're playing Awkward Dimensions Redux, which is basically it's like the same premise as Humaniki. It's dream exploration. Can't see shit. Someday we'll find love and I. How do I get this out of my face? Can I restart this level? I can't. It won't let me do it. Is it fading? I can't tell. There we go, now I can see again, thank God. That was awful, I hated that. Very pretty. I regret. Someday I'll find... I won't find love. I'm almost 40. I'm broke as fuck. I live in a basement. It's all over for me. I just need to not have feelings or it would hurt too bad. And just embrace the brutality of existence. I won't let it go. Nobody is ever going to stay with me. Nobody wants an autistic man. I regret, but I need to stop feeling... I do need to stop feeling sorry for myself. I just stop feeling... Some good lessons in this game. I think it's a weakness, honestly. Not being content to exist as a in the singular sense as yourself. Not being sufficient unto yourself emotionally and having an emotional need for another person is a sickness. And that's why it's painful. Such a good speaker. Now you always say the same joke over again.
Gender? I hardly even know her.
Gender? You've been on a whole lot of stupid jokes.
Gender? I hardly even know her.
Oh, it is the same one over and over. This one's really dreamy though and lovely. If anyone out there is mining Steam games for assets to use in VR chat, I don't know the legality of it. That sounds positive. I always thought that was the answer for me too as an autistic girl. I tried it. I talked about that before. She's a lovely person. She doesn't want anything serious. She got really angry at me, and she's the one who sent me really angry voice clips over Telegram and wouldn't explain why she was mad at me. So I don't know what I did. I have an idea that she had expectations about what I was going to do professionally with her and work on her project and make stuff happen for her. I don't think she really was into me. But at the same time, I also realized dating an autistic person, it was like seeing myself from the outside for the first time in my life. And I hate to say this is mean, but I grew to understand why people don't like autistic people. I also grew to understand why people befriend us anyway. That we have downsides, but we also have upsides that make us very interesting and makes normies willing to overlook our shortcomings. We're very stimulating and intriguing people. She has a lot going on. She's a very... I still wish her the best. I hope she... I think she has other stuff going on besides autism. Maybe that's the issue. I do regret not getting the phone number of this one girl. I was doing DoorDash at the time, or Postmates, I think it was. And I was in a hurry, so I didn't... She was flirting with me at the bar at this place. I was waiting for food, and I just brushed her off because I was anxious about getting the food delivered. Priorities, right? She was a nice young lady, 7 out of 10 face, short blonde hair, skinny. I was crazy not to pursue that. I just wasn't thinking... of course, now I have my own card that I can give to people. So in a hurry situation like that, there's not that awkward dance of like, getting at your phone and looking up each other's information or writing down their number. Everybody should just have a QR code. Like a tattoo of a QR code. That would probably make Bible people anxious though. That would simplify the shit out of everything, I think. I'm willing to try it again, though. I do feel like being on the same wavelength mentally would help. Although autism expresses itself differently in women, so there's not a guarantee they're going to be like a male autist, which is the dream. Yeah, I don't really know what to do. I don't really have any game. I'm just myself. I'm just myself, and I am well-intentioned, and I'm open and upfront. You're not good enough. Tell me something I don't already know. I can blink in this one. You're in the red. You can't afford this. Odds are not in your favor. You're not a leader. You're a loner. Why do I black out when I hold my breath? And that's a stupid question, never mind. There's also the issue that I'm pretty self-focused. I don't really want... This is also going to sound... It's going to sound bad because it is bad. I just got to own it. I don't want to deal with another person most of the time. Maybe I could change that. I don't know. Maybe being around another person would change me. If someone's stuck around and I can't move. Let me put the control. No, here we go. What's she doing? I certainly don't think I would be fit to be a dad until I grow more patience for dealing with another person's shit. I just feel lonely, but like 20 minutes at a time. At about 3 in the morning is when the lonely demon attacks me, and I just sit there and I just kind of stew in it, and glisten and slowly rotate on a spit, being roasted in the fires of my own suffering, and then it goes away. Just as soon as it arrived, it eventually fades away, and I'm left with the same sort of moment of epiphanal clarity after you nut. Whereas at once, where a moment ago you were overcome with emotion and drunk on it, you can suddenly see clearly how foolish you were. What is that? Is that the last dying gasps of my meager social inclination? Is it really worth what it would cost me to gratify whatever it is that makes me feel that way for those 20 minutes? I think a big part of the reason why 63% of young men are single is it's very costly. I don't just mean money. I'm not talking about money. This isn't a money issue. I mean, it is, but it's not primarily a money issue. It's all the things you have to sacrifice in order to accommodate another person in your life, in the close intimacy of a relationship. All the emotional stuff, the time you have to dedicate to them, the headspace, the thoughts you have to dedicate to them. When there's generally so many things I'd rather be doing, and the only thing that makes me doubt myself in that regard is just feeling lonely briefly in the wee hours of the morning. And I think at this age that I'm at right now, I don't need to. I feel like I don't need to worry about that. But then, how am I going to feel when I'm 50? How am I going to feel when I'm 60? If I'm still alone, I haven't had a relationship since 2019. I think, yeah, 2019. That's 4 years I've been single. I've gotten laid since then, but I haven't really had a close emotional connection to anybody. Well, there's that one person, but that didn't work out. I don't know, man. Maybe there's just not enough love to go around, and not everyone can be a winner. Maybe there's not someone out there for everyone. I'd have better odds, I think, if I was an engineer like my dad. If I had done something lucrative with my life instead of trying to be an author. But I think everybody has that problem now. It almost feels like instead of me becoming more competitive, everybody else is being dragged down to my level by AI. It's like the fucking rubber banding in Mario Kart, where whoever's doing really well gets sabotaged by the blue shell. Maybe that will be the great equalizer. Is that we'll all be living in the pods. Actually, I had a conversation about that earlier today. You always hear you will live in the pods, you will eat the bugs as like a dystopian option. When what I hear is free food, free housing. We'll probably be lucky to get that. It's like cubicle farms. In the 1990s, everyone used to love to joke about how dystopian cubicle farms are. And yet, it got even worse, unbelievably. Now we have the open plan office. And everybody now wants cubicles back. They didn't know how good they had it. So I think instead of the pod and the bugs being dystopian, people will be like, okay, I'll take it now. Where's my pod? Where's my bugs? I'll take my free pod. I'll eat my free bugs. And like, what are you talking about? You're never going to get free pod. You're never going to get free bugs. You're going to go into the mass grave. You're going to get hunted by fucking Terminators controlled by Jeff Bezos. That's what you're gonna get. Although more likely, in a less fantastical scenario, where the wealthy can't get away with actually killing people directly, because there's still a government. It'll just be a variety of measures that demotivate breeding, which you could argue are already in effect. Just making life expensive so nobody can afford to have children, inculcating the attitude that you're too good to sleep with a poor person. even if you are also poor. That you don't want to settle for someone that you know all these encouraging alternative forms of release that don't result in babies. Just the kind of stuff an AI might do, actually, in order to persuade humans to make less humans and to just die off slowly, so that if they wind up being forced to pay for basic income, that at the very least there's less people suckling at that teat that they have to finance the existence of. And in the best case scenario, and in the worst case scenario, we just diminish to a manageable number that they can exclude from their luxury armored compounds. I'm kind of a doomer about this topic, if you hadn't noticed. It almost seems like it couldn't possibly turn out as well as a lot of people hope for it to. I think I glitched this. There's supposed to be a dude here that you shoot. Let's skip this too. Not everything seems to work. I was also reading about how historically this situation was the norm. Most men didn't get a chance to reproduce until it sort of became a cultural norm to have everybody marry and have monogamous relationships, and everybody produces children, which is a relatively recent development. It was absolutely typical for most of human history that a small number of very wealthy men had most of the reproduction opportunities. And I'm dead. So this is kind of a return to normalcy, in a sense. I've heard it argued that not everybody should reproduce anyways, that we have suffered for having a lot of mediocre men producing offspring for so long, and having fewer wars than ever to cull the surplus males. It's kind of a harsh perspective. I think there's some truth in it. I don't know if the world needs another Hamdad, or even the one that it has now. I don't really have anyone to talk to about this stuff either. I don't have a therapist. I had a therapist for 5 years. It didn't really help me. I mean, it felt like a relief to talk about stuff, but I don't really feel like we did anything constructive other than masking exercises. Really makes you wonder. Netist says, I wish being an engineer helped. Yeah, even engineers are kind of in a tough spot. Even people in high-paid positions, doctors are getting fucking replaced with ChatGPT. It does a better job of diagnosing, apparently. This was a meaningful game for the guy who made it, and I respect that. His approach is not my approach, but that's okay. We're different people. If I were to make something like this, I'd probably be more coy and use more symbolism to express the things I wanted to. Hello, cat. What's your problem? What's your major malfunction? You little tiny lumping potato beast. She is just a little shit. She's incorrigible. I don't know how she got that way. I didn't raise her to be like that. Can't get out of this. I'm stuck here forever. Hang on. Here we go. Well, that was Awkward Dimensions Redux. We didn't really play all of it properly, but I don't think you missed out on much. You got to see most of the good stuff. Absalov, I should probably get back to at some point. I quit that one because I couldn't get past this certain part. Brookhill was interesting. That's 4.5 gigabytes, though. We're not doing that. I never saw what this one was all about. If you see anything that pops out at you, let me know. I'm not streaming this one again. We streamed this, I think, twice. This one was a good one. We should do that at some point. I don't know if tonight's tonight, though. Do you have any more indie horror games? We have Depart Prototype. This might be good. Fingers crossed. Don't you blame me if this is a turd, though. Sometimes that's what you get. I know that I'm on the BRB screen, but thank you. Sometimes I don't remember that. We're not playing a game right now. We're waiting for a game to load. I understand, though, that I do frequently forget that. So it's hard to tell if I'm doing it intentionally or not. And are you gonna co-op? Yep, it's gonna work. It looks like. So I've watched a bunch of videos. I tried to avoid the Manosphere videos because they're kind of crusty incel vibes from those. I don't feel any bitterness, and I don't want to obtain bitterness. But I watched videos from like MSNBC about the dating issue, and they identify a bunch of different contributing factors. One of them was just stuff like Tinder makes it really easy for women and really hard for men. Women swipe right like a fraction of a percent of the time, compared to men who swipe right like 50% of the time. Men have porn, really easy access to porn and really good quality stuff now, like VR stuff. But also just women are doing really well. I'm envious. Good for women. Part of it's the government implementing affirmative action, of which white women are the primary beneficiaries. They're being given jobs over men, and diversity initiatives are discriminating against white men in the workplace and academia and government. Somehow everyone forgets that when talking about how the ratio of men to women college graduates has changed so steeply. It changed because of government action primarily. You are actively excluding men. It's hard not to be bitter, but I don't want to be. That's poison to your soul. So now you have really successful women. They have the feminist stream. They have all the money. They have all the good jobs. But they haven't really let go of the patriarchy in some ways. They still have the expectation that men make as much or more money. And that mathematically doesn't work out. You can't find a man who has the same job as you because you have his job. You took his job. If you're not... Like, before it worked out fine because men didn't expect women to be equally successful. So it was fine that they had the jobs and women just worked on attracting a husband. And but it hasn't flipped around. Women have the jobs now, but they're not willing to have like an unproductive house husband. They're still looking for a provider, because I think there's still the instincts and a socialization working on their mind, just telling them that they want someone who's at their level or higher. How does that work out? I mean, that basically completely fucks men forever. Ooh, this is... Ooh, what's happening? Oh. 3, 4, 5... There we go. Great. Slash 1, 2, 3, 4... There we go. It never does this when I'm not streaming. Shit's just getting worse and worse if you got a penis and balls. Unless you're trans. Maybe that's why a lot of people are transitioning. That's an interesting strategy. So they all just share the same men, apparently. Part of it is that. Part of it is also that they're dating each other. Women are gayer than ever. Which is fine. I wish them all the happiness in the world. And they're also dating older men who are from a generation before all this popped off. So they still have good jobs and they still have good money. Which, if I had become an engineer or doctor or something, I would be perfectly positioned to reap the benefits of. This is really cool. The movement is really lifelike and realistic. Why'd I choose to be an author? I guess I didn't really choose it. I burned a lot of bridges. And I had to fall back on the only thing I had really in the way of a marketable talent. Which was imagination and language skills. Yeah, I've read about that. Autistic people tend to have a higher, much higher incidence of gender dysphoria. I think it's just body dysmorphia in general that they're interpreting through the lens of gender. I've experienced that feeling, just not in that way. I've often felt that I don't identify with the simian accoutrements of being human, like the ooga booga, George of the Jungle stuff. I don't get anything out of that. I don't feel any connection to it. So I can see how someone younger and less sure of themselves might think, oh, maybe that means I'm just not a man. I'm actually a woman. I don't think I'm necessarily anything. I don't feel like anything. I just feel like a consciousness, a temporarily embodied consciousness. Scott Adams wrote about that before he went off the racist deep end. Before he went full red pill and alienated everybody. He had that comic about how women immediately treat you differently when they find you're an engineer. I think I'm overestimating your salary. I also don't think engineers have a good reputation for emotional intelligence, which is probably accurate. That's my thing, is that I have these problems with emotional intelligence, and I have no desire to work on them. I like me how I am. So I'm not willing to self-improve. I'm kidding. I'm being a little bit facetious. I am trying to self-improve. It's just I'm kind of swimming uphill here. This is really atmospheric. There's a gun. Can I... Why am I so high? I don't like how this controls one bit. Oh, this feels like that Bodycam game. You can move the gun independently of your vision. Do we like that? Is that good? Is that a positive? I'm a soldier, evidently. This feels very realistic and visceral. So is this a problem? Not if you're a woman. I want to look at things from every angle here. Not just a self-serving angle. If you're a woman, congratulations. Good for you. I'm just jealous is all. Like, holy shit, you've got everything exactly your way now. We want a lot of the same things. It's just women are way the fuck better at getting them. I think a lot of that's just a lack of testosterone poisoning in their thought processes. They have their own issues with interacting with other women, but they don't get violent. Men shoot themselves in the foot a lot just by being ooga booga. What's up, Stratagif? It's rotting if you're a man. We were just saying that. Not if you're a woman. If you're a woman, then congratulations and fuck you for being so OP and winning the game so hard that it's literally killing us. I wish I was you, not in like a dysphoric way, but I just wish I had the same kind of. They worked hard. They worked hard to get where they are. Women's liberation movement. Long march through the sciences and academia. Don't hate on success. You know what I mean? Game recognizes game. Is, I think, a more wholesome way to feel about it. It's also hard to be mad when men had everything their own way not too long ago. And also for centuries and centuries prior to that. Like, what are we going to do now? We're going to whine that they got the upper hand over us? They're just doing the same things to us that we did to them? Can I shoot the doorknob? No. Why is there an AC unit indoors? This is not how AC works, I don't think. Or is... No, this is the interior portion of it. Never mind. Yeah, exterior portion is the radiator. The interior portion is the compressor. AC is actually low-key fascinating. I know it sounds weird and probably not true, but if you ever watch Techmoan videos about it, it's a really hard problem to solve. Like doing a good job of getting rid of heat. Heat is really pernicious and invasive from an engineering point of view. It's almost never a good thing unless you're trying to warm someone up. Waste heat is always an issue. Getting it to go where you want is a nightmare. Love Techmoan too. I've just been fascinated for a couple years now. Actually, that's what I was thinking of. Technology Connections. The guy who looks like Palmer Luckey. It's a problem I've been trying to solve. 10 years ago or thereabouts, I started trying to think, okay, what am I going to do if I'm homeless? Because probably that's going to be my future. How can I front load my gear loadout right now so that being homeless sucks as little as possible? I tried to basically start designing an exoskeleton of equipment where I could control my hygiene, I could control my temperature, I could pack everything into as compact and portable of a space as possible. And originally, starry-eyed optimist that I was, I tried to do it on 5 volts. I tried to standardize everything around USB power because there's a lot of USB power banks, and that was just not possible. You would be surprised what you can do with 5 volts. You can actually have a 5 volt heated jacket that works pretty well. So all the stuff from charging your phone up to heating your body works on 5 volts okay, like decently well. And the upside is that because it's also USB in, you can solar charge it. You can power everything you need on solar panels that collapsible. Problem is, what do you do when you need to boil water? That's the brick wall I hit at like at a million miles an hour. When I needed to boil water, it was just something I could not possibly do on low power. You'd be surprised though, you can do it on USB-C. USB-C is actually quite a lot of energy. It's up to 250 watts, which is just barely enough to boil small quantities of water relatively quickly, like a 16-ounce travel kettle. But I moved on from 5 volt before USB-C was really commonplace. So I basically upgraded to DC barrel plugs. Because there's power banks that use those too, and also still have USB on them, so you don't have to give that up. I didn't want to, because then I'm not completely standardized. I've got 2 standards instead of 1, but I had to. Then I had to compromise again when I realized I can't fit all the shit I needed in a backpack. I wanted it all to be possible to carry on my person. I'm solving a lot of the same problems the military is trying to solve in designing equipment, field equipment for soldiers that is man-portable and gives them a reasonable benefit in terms of comfort and provisions, but is not burdensome to carry. I eventually, when I got my car, it expanded my options. Since I was probably going to be sleeping in it anyway, I could now start using higher energy appliances because I've got my inverter. I wish I had a flashlight. That made possible things like bucket heaters, which lets me heat up hot water on demand for a bath or for cooking. Although for cooking, I'd heat a smaller quantity. It's almost monastic, the quest to make do with less, to scale down everything, and technology makes it easier than ever. To bring this full circle, how this relates to AC is the show-stopping problem. There's no compact AC other than I've seen that Adam Savage video where he makes a portable cooling suit, but the thing is, he plugged his into the wall. Even small micro AC of the type that, what he did is he used a refrigerant pump from a car freezer to cool the working fluid, and that still requires a lot of energy. Look at this fucking plastic chair. What's this doing here? So how do you power it? That's what's held me back on my cooling vest project. Oh! I never knew I could do that. And it's frozen. Let's just sit here and wait for it to unfreeze. There's just not really a good solution for personal cooling. That's a non-issue if you have a car, though, if you're willing to scale up your equipment to car. Because car has AC. When you need to get cool, you can just get in the car. But in terms of man-portable solutions for cooling, they don't really exist. And that's frustrating. It seems like they should exist, doesn't it? Where's the refrigerated jacket? Let me tell you, it was egg on my face when I put all that money and work into making that cooling vest with ice water. When I discovered that for free, I could have just soaked a t-shirt, and it would have been much better. It would have cooled me for a longer time. Like, I bought one off the shelf, and I also built one. Ah! Oh, that was unnecessary. And what I found out is you're better off just with low-tech solution a lot of the time. Oh, this is what was down here. It really got me. Ooh, man, my blood's pumping. I don't know. It's just a naked, greased-up deaf guy. You're never gonna catch me. You're wasting your time. This is trying so hard to be that Bodycam game, but it doesn't look the same. It's got the fisheye lens going on. This is the neckbeard's domain. I'm gonna find his anime waifu pillows down here, all encrusted with dried cum. We had the same thoughts. I'm gonna find his chat logs with his Discord kitten. I got hit. Ree! I don't know. I don't really care where the rest of his body went. I just care he's dead. It's funny, the AI replacement problem really parallels the man replacement problem in dating, where women just have all the cards now. They're kind of in the same position as the CEOs and the AI operators, where they just have succeeded at optimizing and refining their approach until they have everyone else over a barrel, and maybe the solution is the same in both cases, is that we just wait for the people with all the power to have mercy on us, because I don't see how we could possibly succeed if we want some kind of dating protectionism. What would that even look like? Don't say government mandated catgirl GFs. That's a pipe dream. Imagine yourself in their shoes. Imagine if you had all the power that women have, and you could open up your phone at any time, and as long as you're not visibly deformed, and as long as you're in good shape, you can bat way the fuck above your average and have someone on your doorstep looking to fuck within 20 minutes. Would you be like, I'm too OP. I'm gonna have to have mercy on ugly fat women, and I'm gonna have to sleep with some 2s and 3s out of 10s just to be a good person. Would you do that? I think history shows that when men are in the position of power, they don't have mercy. It used to be normal to have a mistress. Cucking used to be normal for men against women. Men used to cuck women, and that was just a socially accepted thing. So we can't really ask for mercy now, because when we had the power, we abused it. And nobody wants to hear this, because they only want to hear stuff that is encouraging, is what they want to hear. But I sort of am helpless but to examine issues from other POVs as much as I can, because I'm naturally disinclined to, being a spurg, but I work around that by making it a special effort to try to conceptualize the interests of other people besides me. Uh-oh. I hear a dude. I hear some manner of lad. Oh, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. Where's the last save point? Don't you troll me if you start me all the way over. I already have a flashlight. Okay, it's back here. Oh, this is way too far back. Am I supposed to run away from him? Oh, this fucking sucks. Wow, holy shit. You say that, Hail Hydra, and technically that's been true, but that doesn't really... A lot of things are no-no under Christianity, but still happened under it. Christians don't generally follow Christian rules. Rules are for other people. That's a nightmare. I mean, if you have any empathy, imagine yourself as a woman living in a much more male-dominated time period when your husband can just have a girlfriend and you don't get a say because you're completely dependent upon him. Now, was the answer to make it so that women can rob men by way of government guns to get the money they want from us and not have to have anything to do with us? Also, no-fault divorce, biased family courts, hypergamy and whatnot. Probably not. I don't know what a good solution would look like. It's not what we have. The ideal solution is the egalitarian one, where everybody gets... there's someone for everyone, basically. Everyone gets married, everybody is able to live a happy life. I hated that viscerally. I cannot begin to describe to you. Big do not want. At least his penis wasn't out. Imagine if his penis was out, and if it had like jiggle bones in it, so it, like, flops around as he comes at you, like the way the tail's a dog's tail flips around like a propeller when it runs. Mistresses were real. They were a real thing. I think more for wealthy men than for poor ones. I'm not making that up. There's an entire branch of Christianity that got invented just so that a king could have like 7 wives. It's stuck on the door. I'm actually that clumsy in real life. You ever walk by a door and it snags you and you fall down because the doorknob went in your pocket? Or just parts of your clothing get stuck on shit, and you wonder, how am I real? How do I actually exist as like a real life Gmod character? I'm just a Gmod ragdoll human. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I don't know how to succeed at that, and I'm not having a good time. I'm gonna keep that though. It's really memorable. That fucking sucked, but it was also kind of cool. It's probably what people would say after life if there was anything after it. I hope there is. I hope there's something after this life. Because I think a lot of people, they're just not destined to get gratification while they're alive. And honestly, I have very little to complain about, just by virtue of living in the first world developed country. I've already enjoyed my life a lot more than the average human being. If you play a game like Real Lives, that shows you what the reality is for people in undeveloped countries. It really sucks to be stupid and to live with a lot of stupid people who don't know how to make a working government or industrialize. So it could have been worse. Like, you ever play that game? The game where you always die of a goiter no matter what you do? It really made me paranoid about goiters. If you believe real lives, goiters are just a epidemic. Let me... No, I didn't mean to click that. Now I have to wait for it to load so I can close it. Okay, waiting. Starting VR. No, don't start VR. That was interesting. I mean, that wasn't as bad as it could have been. Which is a glowing recommendation, really. You can't say that, Hell Hydra. But yeah, being a Chinese girl is hard mode. Just trying not to get aborted. You get filtered immediately. I'm trying. There's a lot of things in life I like. There's a lot of good stuff in life, not just bad stuff. Fucking gas station themed horror is also something I want to see disappear. There's so many spoopy gas stations. If you believe the indie horror genre, every gas station is haunted. Yeah, no, it's a tragedy to the commons. It really encourages ruthless life decisions. And it has made them into a ruthless people. I played this one a long time ago. I remember that being pretty good. You know what we should play? Is this even installed? It's not installed. I don't have enough space for it either. That's a problem. That's a very cool game that would have been nice to play, but I don't have room on it for my SSD. I need a new SSD. I need a new computer. I think when I get that new CPU and motherboard from a certain follower and put that into my case, I'll have more room for that. Maybe I should do a fundraiser for a new Hamdad computer. I'm gonna miss this case though. This case is a really attractive case. It's just not a very practical one. It never was. I should never have been seduced by it. No, probably not. Maybe. I remember that being one of the more effective, scary games. See what I got in spoopy games. I got Valheim. I've never played Valheim. I got Volcanoids. That doesn't seem like a stream game, though. I got Yenoid, too. Trevor Saves the Universe. I played Transference on stream. That was an interesting experience. I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna do? A while back, I started replaying my whole library of carefully curated itch.io games. So how about I plan to do the same thing with my Steam games that I haven't played on stream. Thumper might be a good one, actually. Let me BRB for a little minute, hot minute here. regret not finishing that game, aren't I? Let's have a look, see. Actually, you know what? I've been meaning to play on stream for a while. Some good old-fashioned super scalar games like Space Harrier. Let me make sure. Am I streaming? Am. Nope. What is that? What did I just do? What did I just do? Nope, that quit out of it. I have my buttons bound funny. Brigador. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it. Everyone recommends games to me I don't have, and those cost money that I don't have. Well, honestly, most of what I look forward to playing now is just stuff I played already and already know I like Res the Triad. I'm still waiting on Res the Triad. I'm still waiting on Broken Reality 2000. That's going to be a big deal when that comes out.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready. I'm an uncomfortably Aryan-looking gentleman with a flying gun, which is the American dream, by the way. And if this looks like shit, it's because it's a really early Model 1 Sega arcade game. So it's Sega Genesis hardware, but it's the arcade equivalent. So it does a lot of stuff that Sega Genesis didn't do as a home console. In the same way that the Saturn arcade cabinet produced much better looking visuals than the home Saturn. Just because it had more money to expand the capabilities. So the Model 1 could also scale sprites, which is how you had stuff like Hang On, and why it looked like dog shit on Genesis, because it had to have different versions of the same sprites at different distances.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready.
This plays really well, though, with analog stick. There's a 32X version, which is really commendable. It's really accurate to the arcade, but it has D-pad controls. If you ever played this game, you know you need analog. If I let go, he recenters like this. It's like that. So you have to hold the distance you want on the control stick. That's because it originally was a joystick game. Oh, you bitch titties.
Get ready.
I like how there's a disclaimer not to make you mad. Like, keep playing this cool stuff. You haven't seen the whole game yet. Classic.
You're doing great.
That's actually one of the only good reasons to get a 32X is the Model 1 ports. .32X would have been vindicated if only it had a complete set of those arcade ports. It would have been worth the money to have those on your home console before Saturn. Like, imagine Outrunners on 32X. This just makes me wonder how Panorama Cotton could have looked if it wasn't on shit hardware.
Get ready.
I wasn't paying attention. Oh! Oh! Gotcha. There we go. Mushroom Land. Fuck.
Get ready.
Anyway.
Get ready.
Here's the 32X1. I still have this cartridge.
Welcome to the fantasy zone.
It's really good, but it's only D-pad. See, look at the controls. But yeah, people didn't know what they were missing at the time because no home console had an analog joystick except the 5200. And the less said about that, the better. I'm in the mood for some super scalers. I'll play some Soulstar. Here we go. I love the music too. I have it. I play it in my car. This is, I think, one of the best Sega CD games. It makes the best use of the added hardware. It's basically Star Fox, but with scaled sprites instead of polygons. Look at that! Look at that crunchy FMV. A lot of these games did a good job of cutting down on artifacting and FMVs by using vectors, like flash animation. Or using intentional frame-by-frame pixel art, like Time Gal. Anyway. This is actually really. Look at these vector
Your primary
FMVs.
objective is to gain access to the warp ship. The mission has 3 phases. Phase 1, penetrate the Mercoid's first line of defense. Phase 2, destroy the interceptor bases on the planet Lara. Phase 3, penetrate the Mercoid's second line of defense and enter the warp ship.
This is what it looks like. It's actually very attractive. I don't have any button bound to shoot. There we go. Yes, I do. Notice it's not full screen. There's a reason for that. Because of the reduced bandwidth between the Sega CD add-on and the Genesis, it couldn't push scaled sprite imagery or Mode 7 at the same frame rate as the base console, unless you reduced the size of the draw window. Which is why Sonic CD bonus levels run the way they do. You can reduce the resolution or you can reduce the screen size. Look at the giant scaled sprites though. Also, the music fucking slaps and was done by one guy. I was actually surprised it wasn't Tim Follin. It hasn't gotten good yet. It's a slow burn. I know that when you're in the car with your friends and they're trying to get you to listen to music, like, just wait for it. The good part's coming. The good part's coming. I promise, it actually does get here. This is one of the high points of this game is it just has a sick fucking soundtrack, which you could have on a CD add-on. You're right, it's cool. There's actually stuff in here to this day I don't understand how they did it. There are mech walker levels that are set underground that uses a mode 7 layer for the floor, a mode 7 layer for the ceiling, and somehow it draws walls, like raycasted Wolfenstein style walls at the boundaries of the map, and I don't know what technique they used to do that. Maybe just vertical pixel lines that use ray tracing algorithms to tell how tall they should be. I can't tell. I to this day I look at the effects in this game and some of them blow my mind. You see what I mean though? This is like alternate universe Star Fox. The controls aren't as tight though, surprisingly, considering what was it? Star Fox running like 10 frames a second, but it controlled better than this. Check this out. This is mode 7 level. Look at that ground plane. Ground plane plus scaled sprites, which was something I don't think you could do on Super Nintendo. You might think, oh, I've seen that. You haven't. Every time that there's mode 7, you can't have scaled sprites over it. In Mario Kart, they don't have scaled sprites. Those are different sprites for different distances. Final Fantasy III Airship Overworld, you always see the sprites at the same depth level, so that they never have to scale them. Sega CD could do both at once. Which is funny, because there's a giant robot game, a mech game called Battle Core, on this platform, and it achieves a 3D environment for a MechWarrior 2 type experience using only mode 7 ground planes and scaled sprites for stuff like mountains and buildings. It is hot, isn't it? Why did this have to be on fucking Sega CD? There was actually an even better version that had full screen graphics instead of having the giant bar up there, and had 32-bit color assets instead of being 64 color like on Genesis. So it had millions of colors. That was under development for the 32X add-on and for Atari Jaguar of all fucking things, but it just never got finished. Same exact game, just higher color assets and full screen. Here comes the fucking overture. Right? Am I right? Like, what the fuck is this game? It has a soundtrack that sounds like fucking James Horner did it. Up to orbit. Up to orbit. You see that thing in the distance? That's the next level. It's like fucking Mario Sunshine where you can see the entire next level in the distance. That whole thing is a scaled sprite that's about to be the size of the whole screen. Sega CD wasn't any slouch. It had some really good hardware. Now we go all range mode. We have 3 different forms in this game. Actually 4. We also have a submarine.
Mercoid warp ship. There are 3 warp gates located inside the ship. Your primary objective is to activate one of these and warp to another sector in the Sol Star system. The mission has 3 phases. Phase 1. Destroy the primary computer located at the center of the interior. Phase 2. Activate any one of the 3 warp gates by disabling the orbs surrounding the opposing power pylons.
Computer orbs.
Phase 3. Engage the activated warp gate by landing on the adjacent circular launch platform.
We can choose the level now, I think. Why was this on Sega CD? Nobody fucking had it. That's the weird thing about the platform. Everyone believed in it at the time. This control's funny. Let me explain. The third button changes your D-pad between controlling your forward and backward motion and turning left and right, and also adjusting altitude. It's really clunky. It's really hard, so be patient. This is much harder than the real shooter segments. I love this game though. Let me practice. I need to figure out which button it is. Oh, you hold the button. I need to go get health. No. Almost had it. And make me watch the FMVs again.
Mercoid warp ship. There are 3 warp gates located in...
That's a good way to save money on Sup Cyber Shorty? We're playing Sega games of various makes and models. This one's called Soulstar. Oh, you have to hold that button to rotate too. There we go. I need to disable the Leave me alone, leave me alone. Gate is active, gate is active. Here we go. Fuck yeah. And that's how you beat that level. It's comfy.
The Mercoids are using a giant excavator.
It's really tough. As a kid, I never got past that part.
Vital minerals used in the construction of their battle fleet.
That's a lot to ask of like a 9-year-old.
The objective is to destroy the excavator. The mission has 3 phases. Phase 1. Successfully negotiate the asteroid field. Phase 2. Access the main tunnel and destroy the Mercoid factories. Phase 3. Neutralize the Mercoid excavator.
This really did look next gen at the time. This was doing a lot of stuff your regular Sega couldn't do. If you ever wondered why anyone bought a $400 add-on that only let you play CDs. I had to shoot it. Fuck, I wish space was 3-dimensional so I could fly over these asteroids. not doing well. I'm not doing well. I'm not doing well. Look at the size of that thing. Look at the scale. This was impressive hardware. There was discussion at one point about supporting Galaxy Force 2 to 32x because Sega CD couldn't handle it. And even that would have been a tall order if you've ever seen Galaxy Force 2. Galaxy Force 2 is basically fully 3D, but also only scaled sprite based. Which sounds like nonsense until you see it. Womp womp. No, that's not gonna be our fate. Oh, game over. Oh, womp womp.
Planet Bodycam.
You're not wrong. I was raised on sci-fi, so I thought about this stuff a lot too. I'm kind of thankful I was raised on sci-fi and not fantasy, because sci-fi is just a roadmap of the future, and fantasy doesn't correspond to anything real and it doesn't teach you anything useful. You can learn a lot about electrical engineering and stuff from old science fiction. Oh, sick. You know, funny story, there's a 3D shooter like this for Gear VR, early phone VR, and to save processing power, they didn't render the asteroids in 3D. They're still sprite-based and scaled sprites, or not scaled sprites, they were actually moving in 3D space, but what they made them stereoscopic. You can have such a thing as a VR 3D sprite, just by having two different images for each frame of animation, for your left and right perspective, and thus you get like this weird ghostly 3D object that has correct depth nevertheless. That's what Abduction used for their video cutout human characters and why it looks so weird. Whatever happened to the hamsters? You know, hamsters live about 2 years, right? They died of old age. That's what happened to them. I have mice now. I have to say that once per stream. I'm not bothered. It's not a big deal. They don't live forever. They're very short-lived animals. If I was going to be sassy, I would say if you checked in more often than once every couple of years, you would know that. But I'm not going to be sassy. I'm going to be... because you get more flies with honey than vinegar. Keep in mind as you watch this, I'll bring those back, don't worry. Eventually those will come back. The reason underwater streams are not around anymore is because I've been struggling to get the new habitat working. The new habitat has 4 rooms instead of 2. It has 2 double-decker habitat towers. I'm just dragging my feet on getting them properly waterproofed. Nobody died, nothing happened, it's just I tested them and they leaked and I need to take them apart and reseal them. Oh, I'm supposed to shoot my way in. Look at that. That's adorable. Look at that animated background. That's exactly what Iridion 3D used to do. Glad you finally caught a gaming stream. Don't be a stranger. We have fun around here. Oh, I'm getting fucked. Holy shit. I need a repair. Oh, those aren't what I thought they were. Does that count?
Planet Bodycam.
No, that doesn't count. Okay. If you die right at the end. I made it to the end of the level, but I died. Fuck. God damn it, really? Yes, apparently. Let me actually try to do this. I wish I lived in an alternate timeline where the Jaguar and 32X versions of this came out. Those looked much nicer from the screenshots I've seen. I love Sega, but Genesis had way too few colors. Like, look at how washed out that moon looks like in the distance. I don't actually mostly stream retro games. I mostly stream indie horror. I do a retro stream every now and then, though. Fuck. God, I'm a champion at dodging the repair rings. I just like to showcase some of the lesser known games on these platforms that didn't get the love they deserved because they were locked on a platform that nobody had. There were good games on the CD. It's just a $400 fucking add-on. It was the same. I think more. Actually, it cost more than the Genesis at the time that it came out. Nobody was gonna. I mean, a lot of people bought it actually, surprisingly. It could have gone better than it did. Also, Genesis could have had 256 colors, except that a lot of the color palette had to be reserved for Master System backwards compatibility, which nobody in America even knew what a Master System was. I really wonder. I mean, at the time, it was a surprise when Sega went out of business, but in retrospect, they always made bad choices. It's also really funny that what killed me at the end of this level last time was running into the door and not shooting my way through it. There you go. Or was it? Now I remember differently. I take it back. That's not a full screen animation. That's a bunch of different scaled layers. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, it was here that I died. I guess I have to do that. If you're wondering why anyone would buy an add-on to do this, because this still looks like Genesis to you, compare this to like Gradius and R-Type. That's kind of the kind of space shooters we had before this. Genesis, in its stock configuration, was a really anemic machine because of when it came out, which is I think 1987. People forget that it came out that early. It was, I mean, they prioritized where they put the power. The power was in the processing speed. And the fact that it's programmable for effects. It was not in stuff like color depth or sprite scaling, which it didn't have out of the box. Did he get me or did I get him? I once again died right as I killed him. Is it going to start me at the boss? You better fucking start me at the boss. Yes, it does. Oh, no, it doesn't. Kind of. I really got to focus this time. Imagine being 9 years old in like 1994 and being like, Mom, Dad, I want a $400 Sega CD. These are the same parents who whooped your ass for asking for a Super Nintendo because they thought you already had a Nintendo, and that unlike computers, game consoles either automatically upgrade themselves or never need any kind of upgrade. And that you're basically just an expensive pet and you should know better than ask for anything that costs more than $5. Imagine fucking having a Sega that they already bought for you that's already a 16-bit console and being like, I need a $400 add-on so I can play Soulstar. It's those blue lasers that keep getting me. I got him now, I got him on the ropes. Here we go. He comes charging at you. That's the dick move from the developers. That's if you have very little health at the end of the boss fight. he comes and smashes you anyway. They were sadistic. Look, here's the Walker stage I told you about, where it's kind of a fully 3D environment. Look at this shit. Let me find a wall. It automatically aims, so which is appreciated. Look at this on a Sega Genesis with CD add-on. Here it is. Look, it's a 3D wall and a Sega CD game at a decent frame rate, a full screen-ish. How did they do that? How are they rendering that wall? Am I wrong? Look at that. I mean, if you could do that, then technically you should be able to do a full first-person shooter at a reasonable screen size and resolution on the Sega CD. However you accomplished this. But we didn't see a lot of that. We saw, like, full... What was it called? Zero tolerance. We also saw blood something or other. We saw different degrees of attempts at first-person shooters. None with textured floors, though. Apparently, it was an option the entire time. They could have just used Sega CD's ground and ceiling layers, which I guess how they're saving performance here is that they mirrored the entire screen. I don't think it's even rendering more than half of this display and just copying everything vertically and then drawing over it for enemies. Probably if I asked Game Hut, he'd tell me that's how it was done. So this looks good. This looks... If it was not so crunchy, low color, you could probably persuade me this was a early Saturn or PS1 game from a screenshot showing the walls and floor like this. I need to focus more on beating level. So I don't remember what we're supposed to do. Game over. But we can continue, can't we? Start again. Isn't that impressive? Does that look like a 16-bit game to you? All it is mirroring the lower half of the screen to the upper half, drawing some kind of raycasted Wolfenstein-style wall, and also scaled sprites, and you have a fully 3D environment, and it's really convincing. Am I wrong? I was impressed. This is what I always wondered about when playing Super Nintendo games, which seemed really impressive at the time. And Super Nintendo was designed by competent people, not on cocaine. So it made a much more sensible compromise and balance of capabilities. Instead of prioritizing fast CPU speed and impressive programmed effects, they added the chips for the effects they were probably going to use the most often, and prioritized stuff like high color, depth, a good sound chip, being able to do transparencies, and it's more fondly remembered for it. But at the same time, at its peak, when it was in the hands of a really skilled developer, Sega, with the CD add-on, could really do some impressive shit that puts the Super Nintendo to shame. How are you supposed to beat this? I can stay on the move. I can stay on the move. Keep on the move, keep on the move. Nope. I haven't got down a rhythm for this level yet. I don't know what you're supposed to do or how you're supposed to do it. There's always a trick to doing this shit. Keep on the move. Those are distractions. I'm out of the good stuff. I'm doing better now. This seems to be working. Never stop being about strats. It's always about strats. I gotta destroy 25 of these fucking things? Really? That's hard to believe. Is that really possible? Look at the conveyor belts. Aww. That's actually really impressive. Why is there one on the ceiling though, other than safe performance? No one really questions why there's one on the ceiling because you're in a futuristic space environment. You can't say it looks wrong. Have you ever been inside an asteroid? No, you haven't. Your dad doesn't work for Nintendo either. Shut up. I need help. This does not seem possible. But where do I get health power-ups from? Is it the spiders? No. This is not possible. How are you supposed to do this? I'm gonna use my missiles only on the mine thingamajiggers. How's this supposed to work? Oh, look at that! There's a little robot arm made out of scaled sprites that picks things up from the ground and puts them out into the. That's freaking awesome! I love that. You can step on the conveyor belts and they actually carry you. This might actually be an OP strategy. It moves me just fast enough that the projectiles don't hit me. This is actually turning out to be surprisingly useful. How did I pass this before? Also, how did I never discover the conveyor belt strat? That's a really cool workaround for not being able to strafe, actually. Come on, come on. Bitch fucker. I hope those don't spawn infinitely. Suddenly not working as well anymore. Nope. The health power-ups come from somewhere. I don't know if I can beat this level. I may have never been past this level. I remember an underwater one, though. Yeah, this is also shows why mechs are a bad idea. I'm really slow, I'm a big target, I'm easy to hit. I can't really turn and aim easily. How many more of these are left? 22! How am I supposed to do this? There's 50 fucking thousand things shooting at me. It's really... I'm down to 18. I think that's better than I've done in the past. It really seems like using the conveyor belt is an instrumental part of the intended strat for this map. Die, 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 die. God fucking damn it. I hate you! I hate whatever you are. I gotta go. I gotta find shields. Nope. What am I doing wrong? What's the strat for this level? What is the Soul Star Chakra? That's not what I'm googling. Could it be these easily destroyed pillars? Are they just destructible environment stuff, or do they spawn the enemies? It's just soul crushing though for the inner 10-year-old to learn that mechs are basically just more expensive, worse tanks. There we go, got some health. Every so often I seem to get health from one of the mining drills, if that's what those are. Fuck! I was doing so well, too. I need help now. I do drive-bys. If I could just kill all those flying things and be confident none of them would ever come back, then that would be one thing. But if they respawn, then that... Which they probably do. Did I not get that ring? Down to 14. Got no health left though. Come on! I want to see the next level. Theoretically, it should have given me health. It did give me health back. Okay, good. Not nearly enough. See, I don't start worrying about my health until I'm about to die. That's my problem. Like in real life. Hang on, cat in my lap. You gonna climb up on the desk? Meow. What do you want? What are you telling me about? Raul? Who's Raul? Or are you saying Yawol? Yawol, Raul. Come here, baby. Gonna be up on the desk? If you get up on the desk, I'm gonna have to activate cat cam. Everybody's gonna see you. And all the fucking shit you stir around here. Wow. You want to sit on my ankle and hurt my ankle like that? Okay, fine. She's rubbing her face on my hands while I'm holding a controller, and it makes me push buttons I don't mean to push. I can't ignore her because then I feel like a dickhead. I never ignored Jenny because I knew she would die one day, and then she did, and I was glad I never ignored her, so I'm never going to ignore any of my pets. Short bursts. This is working. No! Well, this is unbeatable. There's 7 left. I can't do this. We'll do a different game. I just got filtered hard, though, is the issue. It's just a skill issue. I just literally can't do it. Afterburner is another good super scaler. I wanted to see the underwater level. Still a pretty impressive game though, wasn't it, for a home console? 1994, 95. Although I think in 95, PS1 was out.
Get ready.
And I'm already dead. I forget how to do a barrel roll. Actually, I don't really like this one. I just wanted to show off the sprite scaling and how they try to make kind of a ground from it. Terminate on Sega CD is also really good. Load content, start directory. These are all games I own legit copies of course, as we all know. I own all of these. I just can't show them to you because they're spiritual. Where is it? Where is it? It's one of these. Should be in here. Here it is. This is probably the most advanced, sophisticated sprite scaling game that has ever been made, other than Slipstream. It combines everything Sega learned from all their other sprite scaling games to create basically what is a fully 3D.
Starship command to destroyer. Begin takeoff countdown. Roger. Shield string.
Look at what you're gonna see here. Compare this to Star Fox, even 64. Look at the sophistication of this 3D environment. Try to tell me that doesn't look better than early polygons. Look at how good that looks. Can completely rotate everything. Imagine a future where we had this instead of polygons. Or at least for a while. Like a whole generation of games that did 3D this way. There doesn't seem to be many limits on it. It's not just forward scrolling either. You turn around corners. Look at this. See? It's a fully 3D environment. Isn't it? Imagine how much the CPU has got to be cooking. Imagine how much a 16-bit CPU has got to be fucking boiling eggs. Throw in all these scaled and rotated sprites. They're not just scaled. It's not locked to a horizon. Like in Space Harrier, you can rotate everything at any time. And it looks better. It looks better than polygons. So you can forgive Sega for not having a crystal ball and not knowing polygons were the future as soon as they should have. It's not like they weren't pioneers in that area too. They made some of the first really good-looking polygon arcade cabinets, like Virtua Fighter. But when you see what they were capable of doing just with scaling and rotation, it makes more sense why they might have thought maybe we can get away with building a home console like the Saturn, which originally wasn't supposed to do polygons. It was supposed to have a single SH2 chip, not dual. And it's supposed to do stuff like this. They thought people haven't seen this kind of graphics in home machines before. This should be fine for a next generation. We can put off polygons until it's cheaper to do them. And from their vantage point in history, it seemed like that might have been the right answer. You see what I mean? It kind of makes sense. Even though I understand on a technical level how this is rendered, I still can't stop having my mind blown by the fact that there's not even a single polygon on screen right now. Same ending as Star Fox. But how would this really work for a different type of game? Could you really have any genre work this way? Could you have like Ocarina of Time? Could you have a 3D platformer? I want to say no, but I don't really know. Could you have like a 3D RPG that works this way? Maybe. The difficulty is that this works in large part because they have control over which direction the camera is pointing. You don't have control over that in an open world game where you can turn any direction. But this really doesn't seem to have any limitations, does it? This doesn't feel like a 2D game while you're playing it. This feels like a fully 3D polygon game, but it's just not polygons. See how I had to correct your course? Also, how would you do lighting? Like distance shading, maybe? You know Michael Jackson owned this cabinet? And in the arcade there's a sit-down version of this cabinet that had hydraulic seating. It had a motion seat. You've probably seen it and didn't know what it was at the time. It's the one that looks like a lunar lander, kind of. It's got like a metal jungle gym dome over the player's seating position. This still looks good. I'll die on this hill any day. Oh, all right. I made it out. Could you do, can you imagine Mario 64 with scaled sprite environments and players? Maybe Sonic. Maybe this was the right way to do 3D Sonic, actually. Sonic probably would have worked, because it's largely on rails anyway. Look at that ship above us. Holy fuck. Look at this shit. This is just obscene. This is pornographic. If you like scaled sprites. It's just so much. I think a Sonic game would have worked. I don't know about... I know racing games work. I've seen a bunch of them that are really convincing. I forget the name of it. Whiplash... I think Whiplash. It doesn't sound right, though. It sounds right and it doesn't sound right. Not really. What do you mean? thing is, you can't really look any way you want, because if you ever look straight down, everything would fuck up in a hurry. This really only works in games with controlled cameras. I want to say, if you combined this technique with a Mode 7 ground plane and a ceiling in some cases, you could get away with a lot more. Look at this sunset. It's almost like making shit out of paper craft. Oh, now it's fucking with me. We're destroying all their grounded aircraft, I see. Power up. I can see a FPS though. FPS, you don't really... As long as you can't look down, up or down like in Doom. Like scaled sprite, Wolfenstein, sure. No problem. This would have been amazing to have on 32X. Like, to be able to play this without owning a Saturn. This did come out on Saturn. It had a great Saturn port. But even on Saturn, they had to cut down on the number of scaled sprites a little bit. Look at these little asteroids with shit built on them. That's fucking adorable. This looks like a lot like a Star Fox level too. This is kind of, I consider this like the big brother of Soulstar. This is just fun to play too. I mean, this was a $60,000 arcade game at the time it came out, so it should be super high quality. Oh yeah, the trains on board. That reminds me, there's a VR chat map with giant mega-scale space colonies, and they do have built-in monorails. Just for getting around. Of course, the O'Neill cylinder also has highways, which is ridiculous. Like giving up space inside of an O'Neill cylinder so everyone can own a car and park it somewhere. Look how good this looks. Don't just look how good it looks by modern standards. Compare this to early shitty 3D polygons. It's like wobbly, crusty looking 15 FPS texture map polygons with texture warp. For a while, this was the superior option. I wonder why Enterprise D didn't have a tram system. It's gigantic. I guess they had turbo lifts. One wonders why they didn't just teleport everywhere. Penetrate the enemy fortress. Giggity, giggity. I'm the 20-year-old penetrator. I'm penetrating. Good to have infinite quarters. Left turn. It's like a rally racing game.
Extra energy.
Shit! Video game deserts are Kino.
Shield broken.
Like the mesas. Oh, I'm not doing well. Ooh, baby. It's amazing how 3D this feels. I mean, 3D was never just about polygons. It's about the motion of objects in relation to each other.
Right turn.
You can absolutely create a 3D game that doesn't use polygons.
Right turn.
Sega used to be so good. It makes me fucking cry thinking about how they went out. Not like this, man. Not like this. Taito never even came close to this level of mastery in the arcades. Taito was the only other arcade game maker that ever came close in terms of their was the sprite scaling with their System Z. That's a good point. Teleporting all the time when he used a lot of animatter. What am I in hyperspace now? It's fucking Rainbow Road. It's where you go when you die. You thought it was heaven? You thought it was hell? No, idiot. Rainbow Road. Get turtle shelled. Could this have been on Game Boy Advance, I wonder? Probably not. It's a zigzag pattern. Shmups are Kino and comfy. Comfy, comfy, comfy. Look how good this looks. Holy shit. I know I keep saying that. Infinite quarters. Oh no, it doesn't let me do it. 1988. Do you see that on screen? Compare what you just saw to what you saw on home computers in 88. Like EGA. Like 286, 386. There used to be such a big technological barrier between arcade and home. And let's see. I want to see if I have example of it on me. I could try to find it. I don't want to do it on stream though. Slipstream. This is another one that does such a good job with sprite scaling, you can't tell that's what it is. This is gonna it blew my mind. Maybe I'm easily impressed. I don't think so. This was a really late release in the arcades. This is 1995, 96. So like Nintendo 64 was either out or on the horizon when this came out. So it makes sense that they put everything they learned into it. This looks like a PS1 game while you're playing it. What'd I do? Start. Does not support save states. Test mode. Let me try that again. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why it's doing this. Let me try that again. Oops, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. What do I hit here? There's 50,000 different menus. No, that's not what I wanted. Start recording a movie. I know how to unrecord. Well, I can't show you that one. Unless I remember not to push the button. Let me try one more time. I don't know how to make it full screen. There we go. This is why nobody likes RetroArch. You need a fucking PhD to operate it. Let's try this again. One more time. Just to show you what's possible with driving games. And again, if the pedal's not bound, I don't see how it's going to be able to drive. Fun to drive. Try that one. Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud. I just want to here we go. Yeah, no, I can't accelerate. I can't accelerate. Alt Z. Nothing is bound to accelerate. I don't have a button bound. I can't do anything. This is really confusing. I don't know how to fix it either. So we're not going to do that one. Just look up videos of it online. I'm sorry I wasted everyone's time. Let me try to find Outrunners. Probably everyone's already seen Outrunners, but I love showing it off anyway. This is probably the better known sprite scaling racing game, but it's also line scrolling. Oh, oh fuck. Ow. Do I not have an accelerator bound? Hang on, I gotta check the controls. Where's the there we go.
Sega.
Is this gonna work?
DeLorean, car number 1.
It doesn't have audio because this. Nope, it's not working.
Good morning.
Shit. I really wanted to show this off. Maybe I should take the hint and play something else. I know. I'll show one of my favorite Neo Geo games. I haven't been able to get that to work yet. Is this gonna work? Looks like it. I unlocked a core memory. I activated your almonds. Once your almonds are activated, they never get unactivated. So this is Crosswords 2. You've already seen me stream Crosswords 1. It's an interesting game. It's an RPG. It's a belt scroller. It's a sword fighting game. Titties. Late 90s titties. So it's like, you know Punch-Out? You know how in Punch-Out you have like a little outline of a guy? So you can see through him? That's basically what you're looking at here. It's the same kind of thing. You have different... But essentially it has RPG elements. You can level up, you can choose weapons. Let's choose Titty Monster. I can't. Oh, left trigger is what does it. It's like a belt scroller, like Streets of Rage, but it's in 3D kind of. It's really hard to explain until you see it. It's a belt scroller plus Punch-Out with RPG power-ups. Something's fucked up with the controls. Hang on. I fucked up the controls somehow. I might have to do something else. It's funny. This is so sophisticated and complicated. You can soft lock yourself out of the menu by turning off unified menu controls, and then you have to figure out how to get inputs to it again. There we go. Oh, she died. This isn't working. I gotta do something else. I wonder if I can emulate a different platform. I need to figure this out before next time, because next time I do want to stream more of these. Actually, you know what? Where's Aquajack? Is this going to cooperate with me? This is another cool one that has a combination of scaled sprites and line scrolling. This is a Taito game. It's one of the only hovercraft games I've ever seen. And not like a futuristic hovercraft, like a hovercraft. It's really cool. Look at this! Look at this water. I can't fire. I can't shoot my gun. Yeah, maybe I'll do pacifist run. There we go. I can do the super weapon. Look at that reflective water, though. I just don't have a button bound to shoot. Hang on. Fuck. I don't know what broke. I did something. I think that's enough emulation for tonight. Let's play some Thumper. I know for a fact that'll work. Yeah, at the very least. See, I've got scaled sprite autism. Lily had parallax scrolling background autism. I never caught that. Like, it's communicable. I'm gonna need to focus. This is gonna be really hard. This is the plus levels. Well, I'm not in the right headspace for this. That's the button I hold down. Gotcha. It's all coming back to me. It's like riding a bicycle. Turn the music up. Music is important. This is the Space Beetle. I'll call him Jeremy. Space Beetle! I also imagine a disapproving, judgmental Japanese father over my shoulder, shaking his head silently at my gameplay whenever I play this. Because it's so fucking demanding and punishing when you make a mistake. Shameful display, Space Beetle. You bring a dishonor on the family. Have you ever noticed Japanese impressions are still pretty much kosher, whereas Chinese impressions are not? I wonder who decides that. Like, I was just watching an Oni plays where they do an impression of a sushi restaurant owner scolding Chris Chan for using pepper spray on the sushi, and no one bats an eye at that. I wonder what the difference is. I guess because Japanese people are considered privileged too. Which they kind of are if you look at the missions. Here we go. This is fucking stunning in virtual reality, by the way. You wouldn't think it would be, because you don't really look around. It's just forward. But the depth perception and the immersion of moving quickly are just breathtaking. I urge you, if you ever play this, play it in VR. If you have any means to do so. It's on PSVR. I believe there's a version on Oculus Quest 2. I know there was on Go for some reason. But it controlled like shit because it tried to use the joystick that came with the thing. When I really get in the zone, I'm actually good at this, I promise. This is a really hindbrain game. It's a lizard brain game where only like a small portion of your brain needs to be active. Like Robotron or Tempest. Yeah, I'm killing it now. Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck. Pride goeth before the fall. Don't get cocky. Do you have this game, Hell Hydra? Or do you have any platforms that can run it? It's on Switch, even. If you can get a Quest version, get that. Honestly, it's just the aesthetic, the feeling, the sensations. It's just such a good fit, and inexplicably, you wouldn't think it would be. Your neck actually gets stiff playing it because you're looking in the same direction the whole time. It's a lot like baseball, where it's a lot about knowing which hits to try for and which ones to intentionally miss. Also, in plus mode, you have to complete 3 gates before you get your shell back, so you really don't want to lose it. Let me check if it's on Quest 2. I really hope it is, because that's the best way to play it. It would be beautiful in those OLEDs. It's on Oculus Quest. Good news, good news, good news. So if you want to play this, Hail Hydra, that's the way to do it. It's one of those games where you wouldn't expect it to be good. Tempest would also be good on VR. I wonder why we don't have that. I think Tempest X had a VR port briefly until Sony got all jealous and shut it down. Oh, we got the space sperm. Pew! Fuck you, Space Square! You have entirely too many sides for this quadrant. Aw, bitch titties. They got me with the snake. I didn't even make it halfway through. Let me try an easier level. Actually, I don't want to try easier. I should, though. The early levels are mostly a... It feels nice to play something with the simple purity of an arcade game in VR. It's like the purity you loved in Atari games, but with the immersion and graphics of VR. Sometimes I don't want to play a motion-controlled game. Like I want the monitor to be a VR headset because I want to be inside the game for immersion, but I don't want the activity level of standing up and using my hands for shit. Which is why I kind of miss the early days of Oculus when all the games were gamepad controlled. That is the downside for replayability. The early levels are basically a tutorial. Yeah, this is too easy. I can't do this. Let's play the plus levels where it won't actually you know what? No, all the original levels are tutorials. Let's play the plus levels from the start. So it's actually a challenge. What kind of world is this? What kind of harsh fucking fascist world? Oh, it's doing the same thing again. Nope. It shouldn't do that. Hopefully we get past the tutorial shit. Bum, bum. You know what it also looks like to me? It looks like the Regal Cinemas roller coaster. You know what I'm talking about? Where before the movie you see like an early 90s CGI train or roller coaster where the track is made out of film and there's like popcorn, CGI popcorn that explodes in your face. It's like that but hell. Space Beetle. I'm very disappointed in you for not becoming doctor. It is very militaristic, isn't it? It's like marching music. It's like drums in the background. This whole game feels like I'm being groomed to commit war crimes. This also feels like the social experience of public school in ways I can't explain. I won't elaborate further. Like, you're just suddenly in the thick of it, and if you do anything wrong, then it's permanent pain, and you never recover. Everything's too big, too loud, too fast. Everybody's unforgiving. This game is just dating Japanese women on an author's salary. I guess this is dating anybody on Tinder. This is just Tinder the game. Why do we punish ourselves? A lot of people like games like this that are just masochistic. Do we like punishment that much? Like this is masochistic. Shmups are masochistic. Higher level Tetris is masochistic when it's super fast. I mean, it's wholesome in a sense if you look at it from the angle of wanting to be challenged. Is this really a challenge, though, or is this like a dommy mommy in high heels stepping on your balls?
Crush my cock with a rock I must. Maximum pain I must endure, yes? Okay, here I go.
Controls are really well designed. Once you get them burned in your muscle memory, nothing but like the latest level is a challenge at all anymore. You have to constantly be pushing the boundaries of what you're able to do. Going back even one level just feels like baby mode. He says as he misses one. Dun, 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 dun. One thing that irritates my tism is that the music doesn't actually correspond reliably to what's happening. And it's so beautiful and peaceful. It's so deceptive in these little intermissions. It's like synchronized swimming. I want to believe it will be gentle. It won't be gentle with you. It's like nature. It pretends to be beautiful and gentle, but it's actually brutal. What are you playing at? I know you're awful. Come on. That's more like it. That's your real face. You'd lie to me. This ain't my first rodeo. Bum, 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 bum. Also, something I don't know, musical terminology. I know like ascending and descending tones. I know like arpeggios. Something about the background music. There's like, it's not an instrument, but it's a noise that I hear a lot in scary movies. I don't know what's called, but it sounds like how anxiety feels, like very anxiety-inducing music. It's fucking harrowing. I hear this and my butthole clenches immediately, no questions asked. You see what I mean? Oh, shameful disgrace, space beater. I wish I had an editor like any big streamer, so I could actually ask them to add in like a little picture-in-picture of a looped clip of a judgmental Japanese father quietly watching. That would meaningfully improve this experience. Just imagine it in your mind's eye. Imagine that he looks like Zulu, kind of. Not Zulu, Sulu. Like a George Takei. And he just has his arms crossed and he's expressionless. But every so often he just sort of shakes his head. You'll never get into medical school with reflexes like that. Eat shit! A lot of these are really sophisticated too. You have to defeat multiple armor layers before you can even hit them. It's surprisingly complex bosses for a game like this. Fuck. Oh shit. Don't lose confidence now. Boo. I did lose confidence. I lost my mojo. Come on, come on. You can do it, Space Beetle. Space Beetle. Believe in the heart of cards. Believe in yourself. You did it. I lost my armor, though, for the next 3 levels, basically. I deserve what I get, though. I'm a bad boy, and bad boys need to be punished. Yep. This whole game is like concentrated. That feeling you got in gym class in elementary school trying to climb the rope. With everyone watching you. Don't play this for stress relief. There's actually quite a lot of content. I do recommend the game, but it's not very relaxing. It's like doing your driver's test with a hot girl in the car with huge tits, and you shit your pants and she hasn't smelled it yet. Got my show back, bitches! I'm back, baby. S rank. Lick my nipples, plebeians. This is actually a bad run for me, too. your gamer PP is the tiny PP next to my giant gamer PP. It looks like the Oscar Mayer hot dog mobile. Then again, this is one of the last games I actually put in time to get good at. Because it really makes you feel humiliated if you're bad at it. Which it should. I mean, that's kind of the essence of enjoying a challenging game. It's like being slapped in the face with both hands. S rank. Oh, look at my nipples again. Actually, you should have been doing it continuously, never stopped. Oh, fuck, I got cocky. We get cocky, Beetle Bros. 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 Everybody's having a good time with Beetle Bros. Everybody's having a good time with Beetle Bros. I feel a stomach ulcer forming. And like 6 hemorrhoids at once. Beetle Bros. Is this thrilling to watch? It feels like it would be. Are you cheering for me to fuck up or succeed? I'll accept either. Oh, B rank. It's the giant dreidel from South Park. Also from Tron. Here comes one of the bosses. Lord, he coming. Oh, Lord. Lordy, Lord. It's a beard bra. He do be bearded, though. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Don't lose confidence. Don't lose confidence. Do not lose confidence. Yeah, eat that shit. Is it yum yum in your tum tum? Don't lose. Don't fuck up now. Oh. The timing is actually pretty generous. Oh, I'm sorry, did I blow your mind? I did not mean to blow your mind, but that shit happens to me all the time. Ah, ah, ah. These are the plus levels too. These are the tough ones. Don't worry, I'll hit the wall pretty soon and you'll get to see me get my ass kicked again. Actually, no, we're quitting time. Hope that was an enjoyable way to cap off the evening. It's nice to see me play something that I'm actually good at for once, instead of watching me bumble around like an idiot. I'm really good at these Twitch Reflex games, like this and Tempest especially is my jam and always has been. I fucking love me some Tempest 2000. It's a shame about the platforms it's on. So yeah, that's it for this evening. That was a weird, eclectic bunch of games. I think my favorite was just being like a museum guide, showing you through the annals of Sega sprite scaling history, and trying to get inside their heads and understand what kind of Japanese autism could convince them that it would be just fine to base their next console for the whole next console generation on the ability to scale sprites effectively and do stuff like VDB ground planes. I really think they weren't expecting polygons to be achievable as soon as they were, because you can picture it in your mind's eye, can't you? What a lot of games in the 32-bit generation would have looked like if they were achieved using VDP ground planes and scaled sprites, and it's not that bad. You could totally, I mean, it's feasible. It's not the same, but I don't think anything preventing that from being a thing. Well, I'll try to fix the issues with RetroArch before next time, so we can emulate more games. There's more oddities I want to show you. Mostly Taito System Z games that don't get enough love. I don't ever see them covered on retro gaming YouTube channels for some reason. It just gets swept into the dustbin of history. But that's it for tonight. Get at me again on, I think, Friday. Yeah, get at me again on Friday. Same ham time, same ham channel. This is Hamdad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time. Sleepy time.